We are at the tipping point, and our planet is in a critical state. Our actions in the next 10 years will be catalytic in bringing the Earth back within its planetary boundaries. We must bend the curve on biodiversity loss, control greenhouse gas emissions, keep global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius, and prevent climate change. These threats are common to our little island too. As one of 36 biodiversity hotspots in the world, Sri Lanka has one of the highest rates of biological endemism and has been one of the top 10 countries most affected by extreme weather events between 2018 to 2020. Home to a rich ecosystem shaped by climatic diversity and coastal influences, our ecosystem acts as our lifeline. It recycles nutrients, provides clean water and energy, sustains water production, and slows atmospheric carbon dioxide pollution. The World Bank study on South Asia's hotspots estimated that 87% of Sri Lanka's population lives in moderate or severe hotspots. In response to climate change with ambitious nationally determined contributions, the island also hopes to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 and avoid capacity addition of coal power plants. Sri Lanka targets to reduce total GHG emissions by 14.5%. 4% unconditional and 10.5% conditional emission reduction in the business as usual scenario. Increase forest cover by up to 32% and achieve 70% renewable energy in electricity generation, all by 2030. In 1972, global leaders came together in Stockholm, Sweden for the inaugural United Nations Conference on the Human Environment. 50 years on, we face a triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, as well as other planetary ills that are affecting our current and future well-being. Securing a healthy and prosperous planet for all means embarking on a joint journey where our footprint of today does not hamper the well-being of current and future generations. Stockholm+50 presents an opportunity for co-creation and a multi-stakeholder approach to accelerate implementation in the coming decade. This includes the relationship between humans and nature, what we invest in, and how resources are used and shared, areas that are fundamental to a sustainable future. Stockholm+50 is about reflecting, connecting, and accelerating urgent action. To this end, the United Nations Development Programme in Sri Lanka and the Ministry of Environment have come together to host a series of national consultations in the lead up to the Stockholm+50 conference this year. It brings together stakeholders from across sectors in the country to ensure everyone's voice and action counts. The consultations will cover 3 themes: urgent need for a healthy planet and prosperity for all, sustainable and inclusive recovery from COVID-19, and implementing the environmental dimension of the SDGs. Preventing pollution, limiting climate change, and restoring nature and biodiversity is an opportunity to improve the quality of life for billions of people. Sri Lanka has historically pursued low-carbon development and has one of the lowest per capita energy intensity and emissions rates, especially for a middle-income country. Immediate action for people, planet, and prosperity will create a better future for all as Sri Lanka embarks on a transformed and green development pathway. We have only one Earth, and time is running out.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the consultation for the Stockholm+50 International Conference. We're actually preparing today to have a consultation with the financial institutions sector to actually compile the report that will be done and taken to this conference. I'd now like to invite Mr. Gandhi Samarisinghe, the project manager from UNDP, to share the welcome remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Theoni. So good morning, everyone. Ladies, gentlemen, I'm warmly welcome all of you for the consultations with the financial institutes, which we are holding today towards developing the national report for the Stockholm+50 World Conference. Here that my warm welcome extends to you on behalf of Ministry of Environment also, since UNDP is supporting Ministry of Environment to develop this national report this year. Actually, the General Assembly of UN had passed 2 resolutions in order to conduct this important event, just because that this year commemorate 50 years after 1972, the first environment summit, which was held in Stockholm, Sweden. Actually, it was held on human and environment. So after 50 years, we have received opportunity to look back and reflect on how far we have come and where we are now. How should we change our roads? How should we change our actions? Because by now, it is very clear to all that we need to have a healthy planet for the prosperity of all. And then again, it is responsibility of all, and it gives opportunity to all. Because of this reason, the world has come together as global family to take action. So they are actually UN Environment Program is having global and regional level consultations, while UNDP is conducting national level consultations in all the countries in the world. So here that there would be having 3 leadership dialogues in the month of June, where that Environment Day comes and coincide. That is from 2nd to 3rd June. That this leadership dialogues going to take place. The first leadership dialogue would be on the urgent need of action. So that why should we act so fast to protect our healthy planet? And then again, under the leadership dialogue 2, we would be discussing on how to recover from this COVID-19 pandemic in a very inclusive way and a sustainable manner. Then under the 3rd dialogue, we would be discussing more about this connecting environmental dots in the sustainable development targets, sustainable development goals. There you may understand that we have set for these sustainable development goals in 2015, but somehow 5 years had gone without much improvement, and by early 2020, it was decided this is going to be the decade of action in order to achieve these sustainable development goals by 2030. But unfortunately, we all know because of COVID-19 pandemic, things were going very slowly. And so that here we have only 8 years remaining. So this is high time for us to come together and reflect and see what we can do as citizens of a world where the action has come to a level where we can't delay it anymore. Also, considering the Sri Lankan context, we understand that you are here midst of all these crises and the changing context. It is very much appreciated your presence today, because having a very big economic crisis and socio-political also, that we are in a place where the decisions, the suggestions of financial institutes comes to be really important under current context. We know that we are talking about debt swaps and then other investment tools and many things right now. So that thinking of how to have a green development, how to connect these environment dots and inclusive recovery from COVID pandemic and where we are now, your important, valuable thoughts, suggestions, reflections would be very beneficial for all of us. So here that the expert team is joining with us to lead you through the background, set the context, and then to discuss these important questions which are all set questions for all the countries, but we can discuss based on our context, so that we would go into breakout rooms and discuss with you also, and then come to the plenary and present to the whole team. So these findings would be reflected in the national report, and all this would be reflected in the Spark Blue platform, where interactive platform of UNDP, and everything would be compiled in the national report. So with this brief overview, again, I want to remind you the objectives would be that once all of you give your ideas, you also would be part of other 16 consultations. So you would be contributing to the shared vision, because these national reports will lead into a develop a shared vision of all the citizens in the country and in the world, because we are having very inclusive consultations representing everyone, and most of the layers representing the government agencies, provincial agencies, then again private sector, academia, financial institutes, and then civil society organizations, everyone. So your thoughts would be reflected there. So this should be a shared vision, and it would provide a good lobbying opportunity to give your ideas to a world debate on how we should take our responsibilities to the level of protecting our mother nature and our earth. So with this, I will cordially invite Dr. Manoj Ranavira to explain you about this national report and set the stage for the further discussion. Dr. Ranavira, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gandhi, and good morning, everyone. I join with Mr. Gandhi to thank you once again for joining this consultation session despite highly turbulent environment around us. Yeah, I will share my slides to start my talk or presentation. Right. At the same time, sir, I switch off my camera because I'm having a little problem with the connectivity, so I can save the bandwidth. Okay. So my task here is to explain you the reporting mechanism of this consultation. As Ms. Sugandhi mentioned very clearly, that we are consulting quite a wider cross-section of the country, and we are getting your inputs, and then we have to present our findings to the Stockholm+50 conference, representing the country, or rather representing the generic view of the country. We are presenting that technical report, and the template is well set. All the countries who are taking part in this Stockholm+50 conference have to provide their inputs in the same templates, because the organizers have to take information from our reports, and they have to compile the global report. Therefore, the format is a rigid one. In this report, there are actually 5 chapters. The first chapter is basically a set of statistics about the participation of stakeholders, a sort of demographic information, and also the sectors where you are coming from. Basically, to identify, to make sure that our approach is our approach is justifying the whole of the society and the whole of the government approach. Second chapter, it's basically we are telling them how we conducted the consultation process. Third chapter is the most important chapter, and this is the place where your inputs will be communicated to the Stockholm+50 conference. This is also another place where your inputs will be communicated. I will explain you the two chapters in little detail. As you already know, you are one group in this consultation process, and we consulted many different parties, including the state sector, local sector, provincial council, civil societies, academia, private sector, so and so. We have consulted many parties. Today, we are consulting you. And what we are doing is we are posing you the same set of questions and then get your responses. Everyone who take part in this consultation process get exactly the same questionnaire. Your answers will be different depending on the context you're working in. But here we have a severe space constraint. There we cannot put your answers as it is. For every question, we are given only 1,500 characters, including the spaces per question. So what we are doing is we are not modifying any of your views. We are not moderating your responses. What we are doing is we synthesize a response which can sufficiently and comprehensively justify the overall view expressed in the consultation processes. We put similar ideas together and we connect different ideas together and we try to get the underlying meaning of that, the meaning of the different inputs or the responses that you have provided, and then we will compile a response on your behalf. That response satisfy or justify or is in a position to represent the entire consultation process. However, inevitably in that process, there may be a chance where some of the opinions will not find a place in this space. Not because such ideas are not valuable or nothing like that, because as I mentioned earlier, we are not moderating ideas. But the sole reason is, just imagine if one opinion falls far away from the mainstream opinions, then obviously we will find a technical difficulty how to connect this opinion with the rest. In such cases, it will not find a place here, but it's a very rare case. We will try to put the meaning to the best possible extent in compiling our responses. But just in case, if some opinion or some response does not fall in there, we still carry that opinion to the Stockholm+50 conference through our annexes. Of course, you might be questioning who are going to read annexes and who are going to get inputs from the annexes. Yeah, that is true. But having your opinions in the annexes enhance the transparency of the report. What we are doing is, under annexes, we don't have any space constraint. What we are doing is, we put all your responses as it is under annexes. Also, we are putting the minutes of the consultation sessions as well. Therefore, everyone or anybody who took part in the consultation process can go through the report. Because this report is going to be a public document, they can go through the report and they can see whether their opinion is included either directly or indirectly in this responses that we have compiled. If it is not there, they can see where my opinion stands amidst rest of opinions. Whether my opinion is among the mainstream opinions or whether it is falling far away from it. Somehow or the other, you can make sure, you can verify that your opinion is included there. If it is not included there, what is the reason for that one? Thereby, we can enhance the transparency of the reporting process once we put all your opinions as it is under annexes. Validation is a very important process or procedure that we follow to make sure that we are taking your inputs correctly. There are two levels of validation. First level is the stakeholder level validation that we are going to have at the end of the discussion in the plenary session. So you will be divided into 3 groups, handle the 3 leadership dialogue questions independently. And after handling the questions, we are having the plenary sessions in which, for example, group number 1 present the questions they got and the answers that they have compiled to the remaining 2 groups. Therefore, if there are different opinions from the other 2 groups, that opinion could be incorporated at that level. If there are disagreement on certain things, then we can modify and reach a general agreement about the responses. That's the way we can make sure by end of the today's session, the responses are some sort of a general agreement of the House. Second level of validation is the country level validation, where we provide the draft report to the Ministry of Environment and the UNDP for them to do the country level validation. Thereby, we can make sure we have represented your opinions to the best possible extent. Quality assurance of the report is a very important thing, because this report is going to represent the country, not a particular group, but the entire country. Here, the quality assurance, we follow three approaches here: quality assurance in sampling, quality assurance in data collection, quality assurance in reporting. On these three strong pillars, the quality of the final report is report depends on. These three pillars or the columns stand on a very sturdy platforms. Quality assurance in sampling, here we follow the whole of the society and the whole of the government approach, that no one is left behind. That's why we try to cover quite a wider cross-section of the country within the time period we are given. That's why we consulted many different parties to get their opinions. The next one is the data collection, quality assurance in data collection. That is, the translation and interpretation is the most critical element here. In language translation, we present the questions in all three languages: English, Sinhala, and Tamil. Especially when we go into places where there are non-Sinhala speaking people, we brought a Tamil translator as well to handle the discussion. There are no language barriers in through the question, but interpretation is the next challenge. Even if there are no problems with the language, how we perceive the question may differ from person to person. If different parties perceive the question differently, then it's very difficult to combine different responses. To avoid that problem, Engineer Sedanayaka will present all set of questions and what is the intended meaning of that one. Therefore, entire House will be in the same stance regarding the interpretation of the question. Of course, your responses will be different, and it is likely to be different, because we are consulting different groups based on their exposure, based on their experience, based on their viewpoint. Your responses will be different, which is perfectly fine. We want these different views. That's why we are consulting different parties. But everyone understand the question, everyone interpret the question in the same way. The other element is the quality assurance in reporting, where in this case, actually, the questions are not tailored to use any statistical tools on quality assurance. Therefore, what we are doing is we use the validation to make sure the quality assurance in the reporting process. Validation, I explained you in the previous slide. We have two more presentations to set the background or to set the context for the consultation process. I cordially invite Dr. Chamen Vidanage to present you the evolution of the concept of sustainability. Over to you, Dr. Vidanage.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj. Good morning to everyone. And it's an interesting gathering for this consultation today, the financial sector. And let me take you through a few slides. The reporting process has been just covered by Dr. Manoj. Now you know your inputs, how they are going to be compiled and how they are going to be represented, the country situation at the important international event. So when we talk about sustainable development, it is something we all are very familiar with. And there are many different definitions, but we use the common definition which is being used after the document Our Common Future, where the sustainable development is defined as the development that meets the needs of the present generation without compromising the needs of the future generation to meet their own. So with that, there were a number of initiatives in the past historic times. So my brief presentation would cover the areas that you see on the slide, where I'll be spending a little bit of time to explain what were the global initiatives which took place before 1972 and things which were taken the stage after 1972. Then also I will very briefly cover how those initiatives have impacted what we have done in Sri Lanka. So that is what I'm going to cover in my brief presentation. And we are familiar with the level at which that we have paid attention to nature, so which is very well captured when the Mihintale was declared as a wildlife sanctuary way back in 3rd century BC. So degree to which the people were giving consideration to the other living beings. Then the concept of sustainability has been used in scientific arena, especially with the forest management. They used the concept sustainable forest management in early 18th century. Since then, it has been developed and used up to date. Then in fisheries sector, they also used the sustainability concept when they were defining maximum sustainable yield, which was emerged in early 19th century. And as we know, since 1945, after the Second World War, there has been a progress in development, especially due to invention of various new technologies and scientific advancement. So development took place at a very, very high level. So if you take the duration, 1945 to 1970, people used to consider that as the golden era of development. We all know that development brought us number of advancement. The platform on which that we are communicating now is due to technological development. So human well-being has been improved substantially due to development, but all that with certain issues, especially looking at the environmental considerations. So we have been extracting very high level of natural resources. Now we know they are being considered as ecosystem services. You can't be extracting ecosystem services at a level beyond what they could produce for a given period of time. We also have put so much of waste into the system, and nature has a wonderful way of converting those wastes into non-harmful substances. So that's a assimilative capacity that the nature has. That also has been impacted. Therefore, before 1972, there has been many initiatives to highlight this issue. So the development without giving consideration to environment will be detrimental. So there were many initiatives. I have listed some of those initiatives which were established prior to 1972. Sierra Club is one of the very first environmental non-governmental agencies looked at forestry sector. So indiscriminate felling of forest has its detrimental effects like forest fires and various other things, which has been highlighted by Sierra Club, which was established in 1892, considered to be the second of that kind. Then our own Wildlife and Nature Protection Society, which was established 2 years later, which is considered to be the third global, third non-governmental body established in the world. Likewise, there were many others. UN, you have many agencies started in 1945, like Food and Agriculture Organization, UNESCO, and UNDP some year later, and in 1972, United Nations Environment Program. So likewise, there were different agencies under UN system. They were looking at different aspects of either environment or development or the social aspects. Then agencies like International Union for Conservation of Nature, they were looking at specifically endangered species and the classification of protected areas, then resources for the future, Worldwide Fund for Nature, Amnesty International, they were looking at the social justice, then Club of Rome. Likewise, there were many such agencies. Their task was to bring the environment and social aspects on the table so that the development would be giving due consideration to those aspects. Not only the institutions, in 1962, Rachel Carson came up with a publication called Silent Spring, which basically challenged the indiscriminate use of pesticides due to their health and environmental implications. She basically looked at DDT, and which is being considered as the beginning of the modern environmental movement. Likewise, there were many others. I have taken just one other person, Kenneth Boulding, whose work taking from Earth, spaceship Earth, he came up with the publication, The Economics of the Coming Spaceship Earth, where the planetary boundaries has been highlighted. If the population growth together with the levels of development take place, then we will have a serious issue. Then in responding to all that, the governments started looking at doing business in a different manner. So in that line, the US came up with their legislation, the National Environmental Policy Act in 1969, subsequently, which has been adopted or learned from that and established legislation on environment in various parts of the world, where Sri Lanka too did its part in 1980. And looking at those aspects, there was a very big gathering of people in April 22nd, 1970, to highlight what needs to be done and the dangers that we are facing subsequently, which has been designated as the Earth Day and which has been commemorated subsequently. So this slide may not be very clear to you, but what I'm trying to provide here is the last 50 years, beginning from 1972, the Human Environment Conference, which took place in Stockholm, Sweden, which is considered to be the first environment-related global conference initiated by United Nations. And we are in 2022, so half a century since 1972 event. So we are going to have an event at the same city in Sweden to look at what has been done since 72 on sustainability, what progresses that we have made and where we are and what needs to be done in order for us to get to where we want to go. So for which your participation would be immensely valuable for coming up with challenges and solutions as well. So in between, there has been many global initiatives. So in 1972, just before the Stockholm conference, there was a very interesting publication, valuable publication by the group called Club of Rome, which was established in 1968. Together with MIT, they came up with a very important modeling exercise to see if business as usual development continues, what would happen to the world. So they put forward that idea of the limits to growth. Up until that, people were under the impression that there's no limits, the technology can take care of everything. So likewise, there were many different initiatives. I will just highlight a couple of them. In 1980, the three world prominent environmental organizations, they came up with a document called World Conservation Strategy. In that, they coined the phrase sustainable development in 1980. Subsequently, UN appointed a commission to look into challenges of development addressing environment and social aspects. So that commission was set up in 1983. After 4 years of deliberation, they came up with a very influential and important document called Our Common Future, where they provided the definition for sustainable development. Not only that, they came up with some of the strategies as to how the sustainable development needs to be taken up. So subsequently, in 1992, the United Nations Conference on Environment and Development took place in Rio, where 3 global conventions to address climate change, biodiversity degradation, and land degradation were signed. In addition to that, they came up with the agenda for the 21st century, basically the action plan for sustainable development in the world. So there were other initiatives, and out of them, Millennium Development Goals, which were introduced in 2000, and which were, the time duration was 15 years. So there were 8 MDGs, Millennium Development Goals. Environment was one of them. And there were few other initiatives in 90s, like bringing in sustainable consumption and production to the global arena. And they came up with the Kyoto Protocol in order to address the climate change issue or reducing greenhouse gas emissions, looking at the developed world, giving them the higher responsibility of reducing that, because they were mostly responsible for emissions. In 2015, there were 2 very important events took place globally. One is the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, or Agenda 2030, was put forward in 2015, where we have SDGs, 17 of them. Then on the same year, there was another agreement relating to climate change called Paris Agreement, taking from United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, where moving away from the Kyoto Protocol, where every country, depending on their ability to reduce greenhouse gases, so every country started, given the provision for them to come up with nationally determined contributions. So that was very important, and Dr. Sugatapala would cover these 2 to a little bit more areas. So these are some of the key meetings and initiatives taken globally. In those lines, Sri Lanka also has contributed and prepared their way of doing things. So I mentioned about the 1980 World Conservation Strategy, which was very, very instrumental in sustainable development work. So Sri Lanka produced its National Conservation Strategy in 1988. At that time, Environment Ministry was not in place. So Central Environmental Authority took the lead in putting that together. Then in 1991, Minister of Environment prepared the National Environmental Action Plan covering 4-year period, and subsequently this was repeated for 2 more cycles. Then Sri Lanka produced National Action Plan for Haritha Lanka program in 2009, which covered the period up to 2016. All those things have produced certain guidelines taking from what is learned from the globe. Then I mentioned about the Rio Convention. So they were tackling the most serious issues at that time. We can safely say that they are the most important challenges even today. So in responding to climate change, Sri Lanka produced National Adaptation Plan to Climate Change Impacts in Sri Lanka in 2016 to cover the period up to 2025. So this is in response to UNFCCC. Then Sri Lanka produced National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan in 2016 to cover the period up to 2022 in responding to Sri Lanka's obligations to Convention on Biological Diversity. Similarly, the 3rd Rio Convention, the United Nations United Nations Convention in combating desertification. So Sri Lanka produced National Action Plan for combating land degradation in Sri Lanka, covering 2015 to 2024. So these are all documents still valid. And we know Sri Lanka has done quite well in putting these important national documents, but we need to look back and see whether how far we have gone in terms of achieving these targets with respect to implementation of such. Then in addition to this, most recently, Sri Lanka managed to get the National Environmental Policy updated in 2021, which will be which needs to be sent to Parliament for final clearance. And similarly, in early this year, Sri Lanka produced National Environmental Action Plan pathway for sustainable development covering the period 2022 to 2030, which is also technically finalized and it is awaiting the clearance at the cabinet. And then last year, July, Sri Lanka produced nationally determined contributions to climate change, which is also covering the period up to 2030. All three documents that I just mentioned, they're covering the period up to 2030. So with that, I will stop here on the evolution of sustainable development concept globally, as well as how we have responded to that locally. Then the next presentation would be done by Dr. Tusitha Sugatapala. Over to you. And if you have any clarifications after Dr. Sugatapala's presentation, we can take them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shamin. Well, this presentation was supposed to be done by Dr. Sugatapala, but unfortunately, he is not here in the morning due to another commitment and assignment. Will be joining the discussion anyway. So I will be, this is Manoj, I will be delivering this presentation on his behalf. In this short presentation, I will cover the society, economy, and the environment that is the basis for all our actions that we are talking here. And then 2030 agenda for SDG, the Paris Agreement on climate change, and also the nationally determined contributions, National Environmental Action Plan, that is called NEED, and the approach. I will cover these sections quite briefly in this presentation. All our actions today actually towards safeguarding planet Earth originated from the Industrial Revolution. The reason for that one, that is the original, I say, we are taking it another industrial revolution after this, which is the invention of electricity, and the third industrial revolution we are experiencing now, which is the digital transformation. The first industrial revolution, or the industrial revolution that we basically already know, is the one which started burning fossil fuels to produce mechanical work, right? From that point onward, we started polluting the environment. With the nature, our lives, our living was.
Sorry, I think Dr. Ranavira dropped from the call. If we can give him about a minute or so, he'll rejoin. Apologies for the technical difficulties.
Hello.
Hi, Dr. Ranavira. Dr. Ranavira, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. You're breaking up, Dr. Ranavira, but we can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
There's a severe problem in my connectivity. Let me share the screens again.
Would it be possible, Mr. Sennaika, for you to share the slides on behalf of Dr. Ranavira? It might help with the connectivity issue.
Let me see.
I have to connect through my laptop because my mobile network is also not good. So I can still share.
Or do you want me to share, Dr. Manoj?
No, I think as you can see the slides now. Can you see the
Yeah.
slides?
Now we can
Yes.
see. Yes.
Okay, right. Okay. Sorry about the interruption. And what these are technical problems. Yeah, I'm experiencing a very severe connectivity issue, mainly because there's a power cut here. Nowadays, when power cut is having, we have experienced bad connectivity. Right. Anyway, getting back to where I stopped. So now we have to planet right forward in our development. We were consuming the planet Earth, damaging the natural resources and having severe troubles. Now we have experienced this COVID-19 pandemic, and we are experiencing now the consequence of it. But of course, the magnitude of negligible if we compare the potential consequence of this pollution and global warming. So that is a way that we can compare the danger of the problem. Here, this is basically the overview of where we have exceeded our limits. These are the 9 planetary boundaries. You can see these areas. You can basically get an idea of inside the red dotted line circle is the region where we can safely conceal, right? And you can see all these areas we have exceeded our safe limit. That means we are moving ahead to a great danger because we have exceeded these planetary boundaries. So we are heading towards a severe problem, which is not only an environment, it's a problem of everything. Environment, society, health, economy, just about everything. We are going towards a dangerous destination. Right? We are taking various measures to control this one. One of such is the agenda for sustainable development, which, as you already know, there are 17 goals. All our activities fit into these 17 goals. So we are no longer talking about the development. We are only talking about the sustainable development. From 2000 to 2015, we had the Millennium Development Goal where we focused on the development. But from 2015 to 2030, we are no longer talking about development because we know the consequence of only focusing on the development. And now we are focusing on sustainable development. We achieve our development targets while preserving the planet Earth for future generations. The Sustainable Development Goals, as I mentioned, have 17 goals in which there are 169 targets, and there are okay. So if you have okay, Tony, maybe you can share the slides, then I can continue. So I will stop sharing, so you can share the slides. That will help the connectivity.
Dr. Manoj, do you want me to share the slides?
Please go ahead.
Yeah, just give me a second.
I think Tony is sharing, so it's all right. It's all right.
Okay.
Yeah, please go back to the previous slide. Maybe you can go to the present mode anyway. All right, okay. So so these are the SDG targets, and this exercise actually this Stockholm+50 exercise, we are mainly focusing on the environmental dimensions of the sustainable development goals. Next slide, please. Right, here we can see 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tiles. Let me take the annotation so you can see. Okay. Right. So these 5 SDGs are directly linked to the environmental aspect. It does not mean other SDGs are not linked. Of course, all these SDGs are interlinked. But we can see these 5 SDGs: the water and sanitation, sustainable consumption and production, climate change, life underwater, and life on Earth. These 5 SDGs are directly linked to the environmental aspect of the sustainable development. Next slide, please. From 2015, our target was 15 years, from 2015 to 2030, but unfortunately until 2020, there were no substantial improvements with respect to these targets and the goals. Therefore, in year 2020, UN declared a decade of action just to accelerate our actions towards achievement of sustainable development goals. So from 2020 to 2030, it's an accelerated journey where responsibilities lies at global, local, and global level. The local level is at the country level, and as individuals, we have commitments. We have a responsibility towards making this planet a livable place for all living beings, all the citizens of the planet, not only in the present days, but in the future as well. So we have accelerated actions. Of course, now we are in 2022. So we have only 8 years left. So we have to accelerate our journey to, if we want to achieve these sustainable development goals. Of course, we can't say if, because we must achieve, otherwise this planet will not be a healthy place. Next slide, please. For Sri Lanka also, there are actions taken. We have developed the sustainable development, the national policy and strategy on sustainable development Sri Lanka, which is compiled, which is completed, and it is yet to be subjected or approved by the cabinet, right? And localization of the indicators, because the indicators that I mentioned before in SDGs are global indicators, generic indicators. We have to adapt those to local context. That's the way we are moving ahead. So every target we localize, right? That is being developed in the Sri Lankan context as well, but we have a severe problem here. We have lack of data. We have data only for 100 indicators among 240 total indicators. So this is a severe gap, right? This is a severe gap in our country, a challenge that we are presenting. The challenges, of course, the challenges that you think in achieving the sustainable development goals will be discussed in our discussion session. So you can bring us what are the challenges that you think in terms of your experience to achieve the sustainable development goals. Next slide, please. Paris Agreement climate change is a very important agreement because as living beings on the planet, our climate is deteriorating so fast. According to the World Health Organizations, 91% of the people breathe unhealthy air, and which cause over nearly 8 million premature deaths per year. But that is only one element, right? Environmental aspect. Please move to the next slide. So the Paris Agreement was focusing to combat the global warming. In our current way, that is the business as usual scenario, by end of this century, we will probably be having a global temperature which is about maybe 4 or 6 degrees Celsius beyond the global temperature in the pre-industrialized era. Always we are referring to the period before the Industrial Revolution, because Industrial Revolution is the critical point where we started polluting the environment. So the target is to hold the global warming down to 2 degrees Celsius. We can't fully eliminate. Therefore, we have to get prepared for the consequence, but we try to combat that one, try to control or try to limit the global warming below 2 degrees Celsius by end of this century. If possible, try level best to limit that to 1.5 degrees Celsius. But this is a very challenging target because we have already reached 1 degree Celsius. So probably we will be reaching this 1.5 limits by 2050 or 2070. So to 2060, that period. Move to the next slide, please. Nationally determined contributions. We can't achieve this. We can't control the global temperature without contribution from every nation. But no one can say you must control your emissions to this level because emissions are directly coupled to economic development. Emissions are directly coupled to economic development. Therefore, entire world is not at the same level of economic development. Therefore, nobody can say you must limit your emissions up to this level. That's why nationally determined contributions are there. Countries have to decide on what is the pragmatic level and what is the safe level in controlling emissions. Various countries are setting different targets, and Sri Lanka also have developed these national contributions, right? National determined contributions to combat the climate change. In what sectors we are limiting emissions, in what level, right? I think many countries are going to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050, except China. China is targeting at 2060. Therefore, Sri Lanka also have developed what are our contributions to July 21, I think the revised version, yeah, revised version 2021. Under different sectors, energy sector, transportation, industrial sector, what is their target to limit their emissions to combat the climate change? These are the sectors: energy sector, transport sector, industry, waste, agriculture, and forestry. Also adaptation, how we adapt climate change. We are not going to control the temperature to 0 degrees Celsius, but we are still targeting 1.5. So definitely climate change is real. So we have to face the challenges. Therefore, we have to adapt ourselves. These actions are already Sri Lankan context as well. Then another action is environmental action plans from 2022 to 2030, pathways to sustainable development. Here there are 9 thematic areas: air quality, the big breathing, unhealthy air. That is only one problem here. But we have severe other problems: biodiversity, climate actions for sustainability, conservation, sustainable land resource and management, holistic waste management, and so green industries. So these are the thematic areas covered in this National Environmental Action Plan. Next slide, please. In recovery, move to the next, please. Right. So being persons from the financial sector, I think you all know the impacts of, you are experiencing the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. We have to recover from that, but it's not just a recovery. We have to recover in a green manner. Green manner for a better future, right? Build back better. Here, the Human Development Index, you can see over the years how the Human Development Index has grown. In the year 2020, the drop in the Human Development Index is equivalent to the indexes of 6 years. Basically, 1 year we have moved back 6 years. This is only in 2020. And here we have already passed 2021 and we are already in 2020. So you can imagine how this COVID-19 pandemic has created adverse impact on us. Probably you might have gone somewhere here, there are no data. So we have to recover from that, because this reversal has created many problems. It started as a health crisis, but then moved into an economic crisis, and now we are experiencing it is as a political crisis. It is invading all spheres of our day-to-day life, although it started as a health issue, right? So we had the economic crisis, and now we are experiencing the political crisis. Therefore, we had to go back. I mean, we had to recover from this. This not only just recover it, but we have to recover green, because we cannot create the environment in our recoveries. That is the green recovery. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Right. So that's all about this. I will hand over the control to Engineer Sena Nayaka to talk about the questions that you will have to handle in the discussion sessions. Thank you, and over to you, Engineer Sena Nayaka.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj. Let me share my presentation. Hope you could see the presentation.
Yes, Mr. Sen, we can see it.
Can you see the presentation?
Yes, Mr. Sen, like we can see it.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. So now we have a very good understanding of the background for Stockholm+50 and the objective and what we are supposed to do today. So in this presentation, the brief presentation, I will take you through 3 leadership dialogue questions, and there are a set of guiding questions and also very specific questions aiming at the event itself. Now, as other speakers have mentioned, so this very important global event will take place in early June in Stockholm, in Sweden, where we expect the high-level participation from all member countries, all UN member countries. And during the deliberations, they have selected 3 areas for deliberation. We call it leadership dialogues. So there are 3 areas. Then each dialogue, for us to to make our contribution, our response, country response, we are given a set of standard questions. Yeah. About 5 to 6 questions for each dialogue, which I will go through so that we can have a good understanding. And also, after I go through this the questions, then at the end of it, we can divide ourselves into 3 groups. Now I think we have nearly 20 participants joining us. So each group, maybe we can have about 6 in each group. That's a very good number for this kind of brainstorming. Then each group, one of us from our side will help you with the recording of your discussion, and also will help you to present these things at the plenary. So we'll be dividing into 3 groups, and each group will handle only 1 dialogue. But when you get back to the plenary, the other 2 groups will have the opportunity of making their contribution. So let me now show you the three dialogues. So this is the first one. It is for us to achieve healthy planet to ensure the prosperity for all. So that is the leadership dialogue number one. Number two is the recovery from COVID pandemic. As Dr. Manoj said, it is not just recovery, doing what we have been doing so far, but the green or the inclusive recovery. That is the second dialogue. Then the third one, as he said, how can we accelerate the implementation of environmental dimension of sustainable development goals? So we understand that we are lagging behind. We have not achieved the progress what we are supposed to achieve, not only our country, all over the world. So how can we accelerate this within the decade of action, that is from 2020 to 2030? So these are the three dialogues, and this is how these things are spelled out. The number one, reflecting on the urgent need for actions to achieve healthy planet and prosperity for all. Number two, achieving sustainable and inclusive recovery from coronavirus disease. Then number three, accelerating the implementation of the environmental dimension of sustainable development in the context of the decade of action and delivery for sustainable development. Okay, so let's take the questions of dialogue number one. So there are 5 questions. These are simple questions, interconnected, connected to each other. So if we take the very first one, so idea here is to achieve a healthy planet to ensure prosperity for all, not only for a particular segment of the society, but for everyone. So if we take the first question, is talking about the good practices and pathways, for us to achieve the healthy planet. How can we restore and regenerate a positive relationship with nature? List 2 or 3 good practices and pathways that you would like to see scaled up to enable a move toward the healthy planet. Now here, there can be many good practices at different levels. But as a group, when you get into the group discussions, as a group, you can come up with maybe the most important 2 or 3 good practices and also pathways for those practices. Especially the things can be scaled up, improve, enhance. So that is the question number one. Then question number 2, now for us to have these practices, so you also need some concrete actions. What are the actions that you would like to take, scale up the chain toward the healthy planet? Again, the scaling up word is coming here. All these actions, what are the actions we can scale up? And also then the second part of this question, now sometimes, when you want to have some actions implemented, you need to have policy support, the enabling environment, the right environment for you to, carry on. And also not only the policies, sometimes you also need some structures, the coordination mechanism, interaction between different players and so on and so forth. So the second part of these questions, we try to understand what policy structures need to be in place for you to take such action. Then question number 3 and 4, generally is talking about the safeguard of people and the nature. So before we take the question number 3, please look at question number 4. It is talking about the safeguard in the rights of people as well as the nature. So when we say the people, it is among indigenous people, local communities, environmental defenders, women, youth, and the future generation, everyone. No one is left behind. everyone? How can we safeguard the rights of people? Likewise, how can we safeguard the nature? Okay, social and environment safeguard in a broader sense. Now, with this, if you go back to question number 3, here we are talking about a very special group of people, the marginalized and vulnerable groups. Generally, we need to, safeguard the rights of everyone, but particularly the marginalized and the vulnerable groups. We know very well when we do this kind of actions, when we come up with policies and the structures, to protect the environment, to achieve a healthy planet, these actions sometimes could negatively affect these groups, marginalized and vulnerable groups. And also sometimes when we do certain things, they will not get the benefit. Yeah, someone else will get the benefit. Now here in this question, what we are trying to understand, how could marginalized and vulnerable groups benefit from the policies and initiatives designed to restore more sustainable and resilient relationships with nature. So either we have to mitigate the negative effect if we cannot avoid, and also how can we ensure that they are also benefited from these actions. Yeah. So this is the question number 3. Then finally, now when we have all these things in place, actions, then the best practices with supported by policies and structures, we need to understand whether we are moving in the right direction, whether we are progressing the way we want. For that, you need to have very clear either matrices or preferably indicators. Yeah, very realistic or easy to use indicators is required. So here we have the opportunity of suggesting indicators for us to monitor the progress. Okay, so this is the first set of questions for the dialogue one. So the group now after this presentation, you can decide the group you like to join depending on your interest, your exposure, your experience, and also where you think you can make the biggest contribution. Yeah. So then when you get into group, of course, we can go through these questions again. If it is not very clear, we can even discuss and try to have a better understanding.
I think Mr. Senanayake has dropped from the call, but I'm sure he will join us soon. Please give us a second.
Hi, yeah, I just have a question.
Yes.
Sorry for the delay. Mr. Senayake has experienced a power cut. He will join back immediately. But Mr. Maruzuk, if you'd like to pose your question in the meantime.
Yes. Mainly, I just want to find out now, this is a consultation of the finance sector. So do you all want us to limit our suggestions and our analysis or anything like that relating only to the financial sector or to sustainable development in general?
Thank you very much for the question. Actually, there is no need to limit your responses, but you can give some attention to the financial sector, but you can respond considering the overall scenario.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, we might have to wait another few moments for Mrs. Sennaika to join back in.
While we wait for Mrs. Sennaika to join, if you have any other clarifications that you need from the presenters, please go ahead. Thank you.
Dr. Shamin, while we are waiting, you had mentioned that there were earlier consultations with other groups as well. Were there any areas that were identified where financial sector intervention is needed? Where in your other groups have mentioned that there is a role to be played by the financial sector?
Yeah, thank you, Adesha, for your question. Yes, we have had something like 14 consultations up to now, and there were few areas where the finance sector has been mentioned. For instance, renewable energy, promotion of renewable energy came up as one of the priorities in many. In those, people have identified various challenges. One of them was relating to finances, so that was discussed at that place. In addition to that, when looking at debt restructuring, there were proposals like consideration of debt for nature swaps. I'm sorry, there was some disturbance. There were financing mechanisms such as debt for nature swaps were discussed. So likewise, there were few suggestions came from previous discussions relating to financial sector.
Thank you, Dr. Shamin.
This is Sandrine from Seran Bank. Dr. Shamin, this question is to you. Can you all hear?
Yes, Sandrine, yes, I can.
Yeah, I mean, this discussion seems to be very fruitful, and thank you at the forefront of it. My question is like, since we have so many nationally determined contributions that we are talking of, still, I'm also attached to the financial sector, but then financing being the core of it, I mean, where we can seize all the kind of interactions there, how we, interact with the environment and then the society. So we do have a better control. It's well understood. But also looking at the present context the country is in, and the sustainability, sometimes we feel that's not an area that we may need to prioritize because of the much fierce trends that is on our shoulders. still then, if we can link with everyone's role, I was actually picking that, the individual social responsibility, because we talk about the corporate social responsibility, but if you link with the hub of, the corporate social responsibility being held centric to all our engagements, but individually how we can engage, looking at the factors of production, how you interact, by providing the labor, and then you are coming into the realm of sustainability. So then with your vehicle, what is your role? So if you can plot the entire island, looking at the biodiversity hotspots, and then, the damage what we make to the environment. So if you can intensify it, and then also to look at in a deeper way that, everybody's contribution, how it should be coupled into the big picture. I don't know, because this is a complex model as it is seen or heard, but still then if we can go into the nitty-gritties and then break into small pieces, by everyone's role coming as piecemeal of it, so that we can take the share of the cake, or to engage in a very pragmatic or possible way, starting with very little baby steps, so to look at the ultimate goal. So how we can go along with this journey, something like, of course, we can take up at the forums and then at the discussion points, but still then if you can also as speakers, so if you can incorporate this element that we are sharing this common resource base, and then our engagement matters, and then of course we can't wait till the regulator comes forward, and then because of the trends that we all know what the country is in. So then starting from our own corporate bodies and then individual ways that if we can move forward this journey, so I may not take more time, I think we can further discuss. I think the speaker is also on the move. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for shedding light on those lines. And actually this has been discussed, and you very correctly mentioned the social responsibility of all. It's not only the corporates, and these things have been taken up in responses that we have received by way of inculcating the right approach to environment and attitudinal changes, the sustainable consumption and production, all that. I think since Mr. Senanaik is back, we can discuss these things further when we are in small groups. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so much, Dr. Samuel. Thanks. Respective.
Yes. I'm very sorry for this interruption. I had to switch over to another power supply, emergency power supply. Extremely sorry for this, the breakdown. Okay, now let's move to, and also now for you to, when you break into groups, then for you to, the record your responses, we have prepared, little formats like this for each and every question. I will not go through all of them. When you get into groups, you can discuss. Then dialogue number 2, there are 6 questions. Again, connected to each other. The first question, now the dialogue is for us to achieve what we call sustainable and inclusive recovery from the COVID pandemic. Yeah. So here the first one, we are trying to understand the best practices. What are the most promising sustainable and inclusive recovery practices currently being applied? Yeah. By various segments, the public, the private, civil society groups, different groups, and also at different levels, individual level, community level, city or regional level, and ultimate country level. And also these best practices, we know, I mean, we have introduced, so we have adapted a lot of new things, the practices during the COVID period, which we have not done before. And some we are continuing, some we are now, sometimes, we don't realize the importance of such, the measures and try to, do away with it. And now here, once we identify these best practices, how can we scale them up? Yeah, so that is the first question. The second part is second question is the opposite of it. I mean, also we have certain practices that requires changes. What you call bad practices, because especially during the COVID, we have realized that certain things we used to do, we cannot continue in the same way. That kind of the practices, the activities need to be changed, or need to be completely get rid of, or need changes. So that is the second question. Then also it is important now, this is a Stockholm+50 is again a global event. And this is a good opportunity for us to share the experience of other countries. And the question number 3 is to see whether all these best practices at the country level, can all communities can benefit. Is it only for just one segment of the society, or can everyone benefit? And also, can other countries also learn from it and benefit? So that is how the question number 3. Then question number 4 and 5, we are now moving into the very important area, which is economic area, that is the industries. We know that very well. We had problems. Our industrial operation had enormous problem during the COVID period, and there were supply chain breakdowns and so on. But of course, certain industries, it was sometimes, they have expanded market, they have introduced new products, they have diversified. So likewise, then they have realized, you can't also, do the same thing, like, the business as usual. You need some changes. The industry need to be changed, transformed, the green recovery industry. So the question number 4 is asking, how can we create better performing industries? When we say better performing industries, we are talking here about the transition recovery, green recovery. And not only the industries, supply chain. Without a good supply chain, industry cannot survive. That we have seen during the period. So how can we create better supply chains? And the third part of this question, now when we say industries, there are many different types of industries, manufacturing, services, and so on and so forth. But now for this transformation, also you might suggest few sectors which you feel very important for this transition for various reasons. So with your justification, why you select this sector, you can come up with few sectors, the very critical sectors, important sectors, where we like to see this transformation. Then question number 4, now this kind of, the transformation, sometimes the industrial sectors make some commitments. And also they need to apply certain principles by this industry. So maybe when you select these critical sectors, looking at these sectors and try to understand the commitments they have already made and the responsible principles they are adopting. And here now it is not only the industries. So here they have recognized the role of the finance and investment institution is very crucial. And they also need to have some commitments and also some responsible principles when they give access to the funding for the industries. Then through this transformation recovery, we know very well that there are certain opportunities for new breed of the employment, green jobs, the decent job created. So what are these the possibilities? And also for this transformation, the recovery, we need a new set of skills which we don't have right now, or we did not have. For that, everyone needs to get ready depending on the demand coming from the businesses, the industry, maybe from the finance sector, and also the government. The academia need to get ready, to provide this the skill to their they are the students. Yeah. So this is how these questions are formulated for us to respond to dialogue number 2. Then likewise, we have given formats for you to respond. I will not go through it. That we can do when we break into groups. Then the last dialogue, this is the accelerating the implementation of environmental dimension of sustainable development goals. There are 5 of them. One is water and sanitation, then the responsible consumption and production, climate change, life on Earth, and life underwater. These are the environmental dimension. Of course, all these 17 goals are interlinked, but this is where we are lagging behind. So how can we accelerate the implementation of the environmental dimension sustainable development in the context of the decade of action until 2030? So here, so we admit that, you know, we have not progressed the way what was expected, how it was expected. The reason we had a lot of barriers, a lot of changes, some issues of for us to, you know, implement certain things what we wanted to. So here the first question, the part of it is to identify these challenges. What are the biggest challenges we are facing in implementing the commitments 2030 agenda and other environmental commitments? Yeah. Then also once you identify these challenges, again what we need, you know, few major challenges, maybe 2 or 3 major challenges. Then if you are to face these challenges, if you are to remove these barriers, what kind of enabling environment, supportive environment you like to have? Yeah, so that is the first question. Then also the second question, again asking for us to, you know, accelerate what could be what could be the best practices and the pathways we'd like to scale up. Yeah. Yes. Then number 3, again, now we have certain challenges, certain barriers for us to go ahead. Sometimes, you know, to remove some of these barriers, you may need to, you know, change the governance system. Certain transformation is required in the governance system. And also not only the governance, even the legal systems, certain changes are required. So the question number 3 is to understand how to transform governance and legal system that maintain the long-term economic stability and the ecological and social well-being for all. Then question number 4, which is also very important aspect, public-private partnership here, including the finance, development finance, which is very crucial. And unfortunately, PPP model is not very well accepted in Sri Lanka for various reasons. Yeah. So here, the attempt is to understand what measures that are required to align public-private development finance with existing commitment and priorities. Then last 2 questions, if you take the very last one, question number 6, now countries like ours, we cannot do all these things on our own because we may not have the resources we need, the financial resources, maybe the know-how, the technology, and so on. So here we can identify, or we can suggest, you know, the capacity development need and the technologies that are needed for us to accelerate our implementation. So that is question number 6. Then the question number 5, in a very broad sense, now the UN organizations and a lot of other organizations are helping us. And so what kind of partnerships, as you know, Sustainable Development Goal number 17 is talking about the partnerships. Even the partnership is very important in this journey. So what type of partners from the UN and beyond other organizations are needed to accelerate the green? So these are the question, 6 questions of dialogue number 3. Then also we have another one. Again, we have given the format here, and this is the final question. Now there have been a lot of a lot of countries, all member countries are in this process, and as our speakers said before, now we are also reaching out to various segments of the society, the whole of government, whole of society. So a lot of efforts going into it, and so we like to see something very positive happening at the end of this deliberation in June. So from your group, what kind of follow-up activities you would like to see from Stockholm 50? For that also we have given a format here. So this is very briefly, these are the set of questions. As said before, these are very standard questions. We are not actually supposed to change these questions when we have, when you go to different, it is the same set of questions for all countries and all the stakeholder groups. So now what we will do now, I'm sure you must have realized that where you could make the better contribution. So you can select when we break into 3 groups, our organizers will make this arrangement for us to get into different breakout groups. And as I said before, 3 of us, Dr. Charmaine will go with the group 1, that is the Healthy Planet and Prosperity for All, and Dr. Sugatapala and Dr. Manoj will be with group number 3, that is the Sustainable Development, accelerating the implementation of environment dimension of Sustainable Development Goals. And I will be with the second group where we will try to respond to this COVID recovery. Yeah. So thank you very much, and I'm very sorry for the interruption we had in between. Then for group discussion, we can have about 1 hour roughly, and maybe another 30 to 40 minutes for plenary. So with this, thank you very much, and Tevini, over to you for facilitating the breakup sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Senaka. So the breakout rooms are now open for the 3 leadership dialogues as mentioned by Mr. Senaka. If you go to the bottom of your tab on Zoom, you can see an icon called Breakout Rooms. If you click on that, you can select which breakout group you'd like to join, LD1, 2, or 3. Thank you. The breakout rooms are now open. If you would like to select which group you'd like to join, LD1, 2, or 3. I think LD3 and LD1 have lower levels of participation at the moment. If you could kindly pick a group that you'd like to join, that would be greatly appreciated.
to place national adaptation plan to climate change impacts in Sri Lanka.
Mr. Shamindra, Mr. Nilantan, Mr. Jabir, do you join the breakout rooms now? We can facilitate you to enter the breakout rooms. Mr. Shamindra, Mr. Nilantan, Mr. Jabir, do you join the breakout rooms now? We can facilitate you to enter the breakout rooms. Tony, is the logo okay now? No, Sugandhi.
For getting that done, because right now things are not happening in the right way, so we are identifying.
Shamin is getting out of the breakout rooms.
No,
Sugandhi, I'm listening to the other breakout room on my phone. Oh, okay. Is this right now? To me, it shows again like a mirror image. It's still on mirror, Sugandhi. Let me try then. So now I will click mirror. Earlier I have checked this. It is still not okay, ne? No, Sugandhi. Now nothing has changed. I don't know why. I have just put it. Shall I send a screenshot to Kendra and use and
see. I don't know. That
Okay.
now in this way, mirror my video is clicked. But when I remove it, then it goes to other side. Still, when I click on mirror only, I can see the logo correctly. To my side.
Maybe if you click on the
This one? No.
no, it's still mirror image.
Now?
No change.
I don't know what to do.
Maybe it's an issue with the background image even.
Check
Now okay. Now nothing is there. The logo isn't there.
now.
Okay, now perfect.
So mirror my video is switch on.
Okay. Now it's perfect. Can clearly see UNDP in the right way.
So logo is correct, ne?
Yes, yes.
So I will keep this one there. Upper right. Okay, thank you.
No problem, Sugandhi.
So WFP also have seen this, ne? They may be looking into live streaming, ne?
Yes.
Ani, can you check with Avandi?
Yes, Sugandhi, I'll do that. No problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Mr. Nilanthar, others have joined the breakout rooms. If you wish to join the breakout rooms, we can facilitate you.
Hello. Yeah. Hello, Chandima. Yeah.
Ms. Kamalini, the breakout rooms are currently open and consultation discussions have started. If you would like to click on the breakout room icon at the bottom of your Zoom tab, you can select which breakout room discussion you'd like to do.
No, I'm not in marketing, my dear. I'm sorry. Although I have
Tony,
attached to
is the
marketing,
logo
I'm
okay
not
now?
into marketing function.
No, Sugandhi. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Theoni, did you ask me anything?
No, Sugandhi, I noticed a new participant had come in, so I was just giving instructions to join the breakout room.
Sorry, thank you.
No, not at all. Hello, Mr. Marzuk. If you'd like. Hello, Mr. Ravinder. If you'd like to rejoin your breakout room, you can just click on the breakout room icon at the bottom of your screen and return to the room.
Sure. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
No problem. Hello, Mr. De Silva. If you would like to rejoin the breakout group, they are still open. You just need to click Thank you, everyone. Mr. Senan Naik, everyone has returned from the breakout groups. If we can start with LD1, Dr. Vidana Gay's group. Over to you, Dr. Vidana Gay.
Thank you. We have had a very interesting active dialogue in our group, and let me invite Mr. Sandrine Gomez to take you through the slides. Ms. Sandrine, you are muted.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm starting again.
Yes.
I'm taking your courage, and then please do correct me if I'm wrong, and then please guide me through. So we can perhaps start with our discussed points, how we have taken down, Doctor. If you may please help me with. Yeah. So basically, the discussion started, this environment is the common resource base we all share in common, because we extract resources from this environment only, and then we are either producing some goods and services, or else we are interacting with the environment, and then to be making our lives better. So then how best we can interact, how best we can engage, making the best possible outcome to the environment as well as the society interconnected therein. So in that direction, the first question, how we can restore and regenerate, the question revolves around how we can allow the environment or the planet Earth a breathing space, because demands are skyrocketing. It's escalating to a level where it's beyond the control of allowing the planet to have some breathing space. So how best we can spur action on this line. So the first point, how we can exercise individual social responsibility, because each one has a responsibility to shoulder, because we do have corporate social responsibility where corporate together come in this particular direction, understanding these norms and also looking at the information asymmetry, because if you look at the people, everybody is not with full information, because there is a huge gap, huge information asymmetry. So then there is a particular role that everyone needs to shoulder, and then as corporates and then also individuals, so how you can contribute to this particular journey, and then it to be a purpose driven, potential, and then a fruitful one. After all, it is not a one that just limited or confined to papers as just policies and procedures, just as words, but transmitting everything into real ground experience. So how we can ask people to come on board, how they can be engaged there, and then which way, because if you look at how you engage with the environment and then the society, it's very well understood that we either engage to a corporate, or we are on our own doing a business, or we are on our own code that we are contributing to our journey, so that to make our lives better. So then how we can leverage our roles into this particular norms and then equation. So how we can formalize a system, a mechanism. So those are the lines on which we have discussed under this. So to have a taxonomy, whether it is really worthwhile as a guiding light for us to understand this is the impact we make as individuals, either corporate or as persons, and then what's our next role, what's need to be done on real grounds, not just based on the papers. It can be a guiding light, but we are not for papers are for us, but to transmit actions or transmit ground level experiences. So those are the lines on which we have discussed. We can move to the second question, Doctor. Thank you. Yeah, so this is the actions that we want to scale it up and towards creating this healthy planet. How the policies, what policies and structures can come into play. So basically, we know that the financials being playing a centric role. So if the financials can take a better role, or rather an encouraging role to spearhead or to set up benchmarks, to, where everybody else would follow, because we can create this culture, because we can formalize this culture, because it's not in a very harsh manner, but then in a very encouraging, amicable way. It is not to limit our scopes, but then to expand our scopes, and then to vivid approach on those lines, and then being on a common page where we will be contribute to the environment and also to the society in a very grand scale, a massive scale, holistically. So then Central Bank of Sri Lanka being the apex body, and then also the Colombo Stock Exchange, where people can invite people to contribute, or rather come as shareholders, and then provide the financing perspective. So it's a good control point, as we have seen, because those two bodies being regulators, and then also people who formalize, and then people who indulge policies and procedures, and to follow, so with guidelines or all sort of things. So then we thought of liaising with them would create a better way, and then to create a taxonomy. So green taxonomy is underway, that it has been already constituted, so that how we can be contributed, how we can make it a point to promote our action there, not just looking at those and then initiate just a mere tick box compliance, but then compliance to be sitting with transparency as well as real ground experiences, how it can be converted to actions. So then structures, who is what and what needs to be defined, we need to clearly incorporate all that, and then to leverage into the equations, the business equation, and environment and society being the entire economy or entire arena of our lives. So then that has to be looked at in a very rationalized and very passionate way, where everybody's engagement would be spurred, influenced, and then to collectively act upon this without being a silo part of it, or just as a mere individual there, but then collectively, collaboratively, how we can make the move. Go ahead. Yeah, thank you. And then the third point, Doctor. So how we can look at the marginalized or vulnerable groups, because we know that sometimes the policies and procedures will make it an expense on those marginalized group to be profitable at their expense, in short to say, which is not done. And then they're being voiceless communities, and then they are in grassroots level. First, we need to look at their basic needs, because without being fulfilling all that, their participation, their contribution is just a futile exercise. So looking at that granular level, going into the nitty-gritties, whether the formalized or enforced policies and procedures are really helping their momentum, and then their growth, their perspectives. So that's needed to be looked at. So the sustainability is well melded, well mixed into them, and then their way of life, and then all that needs to be in a circular movement. So everybody should be well taken up. No one is left behind, because especially those are the ones that more prone to damage, susceptible. So then we need to understand, we need to be careful, because if you take the classic example, the recent one, ban we imposed on the fertilizer uses, so all those yielded deteriorated. So all those depleted values impacted their livelihoods. So then that needs to be stopped, eliminated. So sustainability based investments, if you look at how we can incorporate all those perspectives to bring back what's lagging behind, and how can we fill up the gaps, how we can plot it in a scientific way, and then to initiate actions accordingly. And shall we move to the fourth point, Doctor? Thank you. So how we can safeguard the rights of people and nature. So there is a right of people as well as the nature, because nature is very silent. It's an eerie silence that we experience. Nature will but speak with a lot of ways and means, slips, typhoons, floods, droughts. So all those are the ways and means that nature speaks to us. Okay, look here, I'm not in a position to tolerate all your damages or rather the impact. So as well as the rights needs to be looked at of the people, whether good practices, labor practices, all those needed to be looked at. So especially looking at the policy level platforms, mushrooming should be stopped, because you can't be having policies and procedures just for having for this per se, or rather without having a baseline, because it has to be a static one where certain determined facts and thoughts, or whatever the process that you have identified and determined cannot be changed because of change of a government, because of change of another party, or externalities in general to come in. So all those need to be looked at as a baseline. So some static, formalized, resolute, firm solutions are well documented, and it cannot be touched at any point. So that's what we wanted to mean. And then also sustainability needs to be inbuilt in all policies rather than it be a silo performance, because if you look at the sustainability, it's just like a sugar in cup of tea. If you ask where is sugar, so it's everywhere. Every sip of cup of the tea that you will taste the difference, you taste the taste, and that only should be melded, that only should be incorporated, it should be enforced, because it should be going into the crux of the business, the DNA of the business, and then it's well mixed into every perspectives, and then it is not segregated, it is not working in silo, it is not performing in silo, but it's in a perfect synchronization. So that's what we need to look at. So the policies, it's inbuilt in sustainability. So looking at the perspectives of society, the environment, and then also the economic perspective. We being a developing country, we need to go to that sphere, and we need to develop our country, but there is a way to develop. So how we can incorporate, how we can leverage all those elements without neglecting the environment as well as the society. So looking at the need of the our age of segment, because we need to take a bold move here. Who are the ones who are susceptible to the change, because this is a critical change management process, because we have to get everyone on board, and then looking at every perspective, looking at every engagement, looking at every participant there, we need to take a bold decision, and then also to look at the women, youth, future generations, all that together, and then to keep everyone on board, making them contributory participants. So need of the hour is a critical factor. So we need to address that, because without addressing those grievances, those griefs, we can't take this forward. We can't take this move forward, because we are very passionate. We are having a kind of a state of mind to come on to this forum and then discuss all this. But then we need to look at who will be the people engaged here in this particular journey, because this is not a one alone. We have to get everybody's hands, and then it's a joint move, a collective, collaborative journey. And then making available the grievance redress mechanism also, it's important, but then also spurring action, because it's not just for the namesake, but then it's a one that will definitely put forward to culminate all those actions, and then so that will cultivate all those cultures, and then people will be ultimately benefited. It's an amicable settlement, a resolution, whether it's in the parliament, whether it's in the law, whether it's in the guidelines, policies, procedures. After all, we are trying to leap from papers to grounds. We are trying to incorporate everything into the real ground, and then make environment feel the difference, make it the society interconnected, the communities interconnected to feel that difference or experience it. Shall we move to the fifth one, being the last one also? Okay, what are the new prioritized set of metrics and indicators? What are the taxonomies? How we can develop? Of course, it should revolve around some ideologies where good practices and industry-based standards can be leveraged there, and in a way that we can identify critically who are the good players and then who are the bad players. So how we can classify an industry, how we can classify a corporate, how what are the determinants, what are the criteria. So all those need to be very clearly defined in a way that it invites everyone, in a way it holds the pens of the book. First, you have to influence the people who are having some power on this move. So then to hold those pens, and then to incorporate all those words, so whatever whatever the way that you put it across the ideology. So that should spur everybody's engagement in a way of proving all those facilities or the proposals. So monitoring and evaluation also plays a very critical role. After all, it should be a corrective mechanism, measurement, and then also to look at all those SDGs, indices well aligned, and we are moving along that path only. So then we are not just trying to put pieces here and there, bits and pieces everywhere, but connecting, combining, leveraging everything into a sustainable equation, a sustainable engagement, so where everyone's contributions are well aligned to the SDGs and NDCs, and then also set up KPIs accordingly. So the performance measures, everybody's measures can be those. So everyone is harping on those on their annual reports, and then all their formalities, being a transparent corporate, having the good corporate governance in practice, not just limited or confined to words and statements on papers. Shall we move to the last one, Doctor? Okay, we have all done. Thank you so much. And then we have been so much of a fruitful discussion, as Dr. mentioned. And thank you very much all who contributed. We had a managing director, Mr. De Silva, and also many others who contributed together with whose contribution and then their thoughts only I could make this presentation a worthwhile one, as I hope. Thank you so much for patience.
Thank you, Sandrine. Can you just summarize what is on this slide also on the follow-up activities?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The follow-up activities, of course, we have to, yeah, I'm sorry, I missed that. So then subsequent to this forum, what are our action point? Or rather, we would call it as our second day. So where are we? So are we disconnected? No, we have to be in a continuous process, developing this in a way that it will be a worthwhile one. And then it can be sold to others who are the key players or who should take a spearhead or leading role here. So in a way that we make it a continuous dialogue. And then also the mechanism for collaboration, because we will be connected to the globe, because everybody will be sharing their knowledge, because it has to be leveraged. So we have to listen to their success stories, and then only we can learn from their mistakes, learn from their good stories or the success stories, and then to leverage our movement, our developments can be well taken ahead along with the sustainability initiatives and all those terminologies or the practices, good practices or real ground experience that we have to keep on playing on, because rather than being on the papers on it. So then technological spheres or technological interfaces, and then the capacity building is really critical. People need to be understanding all this. First of all, we need to make them aware. We need to create their capacity, level of understanding, digestible, the palatable way that how we can put it across all those norms and terminologies. So all that needs to be inculcated, and then mechanism to surveillance system, the advocacy on corrective actions, what needs to be corrected in case of some wrongdoings. So all that need to be looked at. And then also appointing focal points is very critical, because this has to be a very forceful, no, I don't like to use the word forceful there. It's a very voluntary and then participatory, collaborative, and then encouraging dialogue with the government, with the non-government and all the key stakeholders, and then to take forward this dialogue, because everybody realizes the importance, because we all as a globe, either in Ireland or as Sri Lankans and all the communities across the globe, so we need to be looking at this radically, and then taking up action, and then looking at this environmental sphere, because this is the common resource base we all share in common. So we need to preserve this to our future generations. It's ultimately our own selves. If I relate to the Buddhism, I don't know whether the terminology is correct I'm using. If you look at the rebirth, because you will be born again. So you're coming back to this particular planet Earth once again. So if you devastate, if you demolish, if you make detrimental impact today, so it's ultimately on you. Of course, your birth is cannot be, you can't recollect the birth where what you did and everything. Still then you will be on the same planet again. So again and again, you'll be on the same planet. So why not we preserve it now? Or in short to say, you can't compromise the ability of our future generations. Let them also enjoy the benefits. Let them also be on this planet Earth and then survive and then enjoy the life. This is a call of all of us. And then a passionate move, a passionate one. We've been experts. We've been having some passionate feelings. Not everyone will get this. So why not we spearhead this journey? Why not we take this leadership and ahead? Because this is on the common agenda. We don't have any personal agendas. We don't want to have the names established. We don't want to have anything else, but all on common agendas, being on the same page, being on the same move, and then towards a sustainable, futuristic, better, bright future for everyone. No one is left behind. With that, I think we can conclude, Doctor. Thank you so much for your support behind, and you have been also advocating, guiding which way to flow the dialogue, and then that direction made me and made all of us clear on this particular area, and then also to contribute in better way. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, Ms. Sandrine, for leading the discussion and presenting it. And we can open the presentation for other two groups if they have any comments or suggestions to the presentation. In absence of any comments, Mr. Senanayake can take over.
Can I have the sharing right, Theuni?
Apologies, Mr. Neka, you have been given rights.
Okay, good. Good. Okay, good afternoon. We had a very lively discussion in our group. There are about 6 participants. Very interactive session we had, and this will be presented by either by Mr. Adisha Perra or Mr. Talal. One of you can come forward. Yeah. Okay.
I will present, but Talal will chip in if I miss anything.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So our topic was on about the sustainable and inclusive recovery. So in that sense, given the current context, we felt that 2 sectors we should prioritize are energy and agri-food sector. So here we are looking at things that are, that have already been done, where we can scale up further. So on the energy side, what we saw is that on the demand side management, that is, reducing the consumption of energy and also shifting the consumption to times which are outside the peak demand. So there's multiple different technology and behavioral interventions that can be made. So we felt that should be scaled up. The other area is on renewable energy integration. So I think it got over 500 megawatts of solar for rooftop systems. So I think that there's potential for further, contribution of renewable energy to Sri Lanka's energy mix. So we feel that those are 2 aspects which should scale up on the energy side. On the agri-food sector, we are right now in a situation where the input costs and all of that is rising significantly, and access to those inputs like fertilizer, seeds is becoming much difficult. So in that sense, where we can kind of make a real dent is in terms of pre-harvest and post-harvest losses. In Sri Lanka annually loses about 30 to 40% of its annual production to this kind of bad handling. So therefore, again, where we felt that we should take action is in that regard. And we had a Talal from Cargill's group who mentioned that at a private sector level, there's already initiatives being done to improve this kind of pre-harvest and post-harvest loss reduction. And there were some other examples like Haley's, which was also provided. And then we also spoke about technologies like drip irrigation, where some of the banks also are financing it. Then the other aspect where we saw there is something that has emerged post-pandemic, which we need to try to scale up, is on the digital transformation, digital economy. This has been something that Sri Lanka has tried for some time, But with the what a silver lining with the COVID pandemic is that many of the people who would have otherwise taken more time to adjust and shift to these digital mediums have got onboarded because of this current context. So there is working from home, digital banking, e-governance, spatial data. So I mean, there's a lot of new aspects which I think we need to leverage on, and not when the current crisis is over, we should avoid relapsing to our earlier practices. So how can we in our working environment, how can we keep incentivizing work from home, digital payments, digital banking, e-governance? That's something that we kind of looked at. And also business continuity planning. I think that's something that is quite essential in times where businesses are doing good. They also need to kind of understand, especially what can go wrong in the future, have necessary preparedness, training, capacity build, and certain resources kept aside. So I think these are some of the areas that we felt in terms of what is being already done. We need to further improve on how we do it, scale it up further. We can go to the second slide, Mr. Senana. So in terms of, again, I think some of these areas are not to say they're not being done now, but we feel that it can be done more in a bigger way now compared to before. So one of the areas that we felt is that the kind of changes in the real economy can't happen in Sri Lanka, especially because we don't have access to longer term financing. I think sometimes for market development, we do get credit lines from foreign funding sources, but a problem that has been there in Sri Lanka is, I think, because of the lack of integration of capital market and so on, that we've been predominantly a market where there's short-term financing, but the need are for renewable energy, for agroforestry and other longer-term requirements. We need longer-term financing, and therefore blended finance is a tool which is growing in popularity around the world, where we can attract philanthropic and impact investments to the country to further scale those investments. And also looking at risk assessments, how can we, apart from financing, also having more renewable energy, agriculture, using these digital tools available. How can we make these risk assessments much more efficient and more effective? Then we also looked at IT security. I mean, given the digital transformation, we also need to kind of make sure that that in that transformation, the privacy, the business continued resilience is assured through proper information security. We also understood that last mile logistics, especially on the sectors we spoke about, on the food, agri-food sector, it plays a critical role in that regard. Then on also in promotion of digital marketplace, we already have certain platforms, farmers to the end consumers, but we felt that the adoption has been quite poor, and maybe to relook at how that these platforms can be mainstreamed. I think maybe what we are doing right now, even though we have the platforms, why there might not be a strong adoption is that maybe the channels of how we are reaching out, how we are popularizing, mainstreaming them is not effective. So we need to relook at that and see how we can make those more effective. The other point is on the cost-effective pricing. I think this is again on the, if you look at the electricity sector, energy, in petroleum, I think there is subsidization, and as a result, it distorts the market. So in terms of renewable energy, further investments in renewable energy, if the pricing is not cost reflective, then it dissuades investment into this area. So one of the aspects that we kind of touched on is that we need to have cost reflective pricing not only on energy but also on other areas of the economy as well. Next slide. So in terms of where do we what are some of the things that have been there in the previous pre-existing system that we felt needs to get changed. One thing is for there to be like dynamic for example post harvest loss, demand side management, for all of these, you need to have access to public information. For data is essential to have more smarter, dynamic, agile systems and processes. But unfortunately, even though we have the right to information framework, much of the data information is sometimes not available. They're hogged by different parties. So that leads us to the second point, that there's these silos where not only with regards to operations, but where there is a need for national level coordination between different stakeholders. This sometimes doesn't happen, and where certain parties might make decisions that impact a lot of other sectors, where those sectors might not be able to contribute to proactive engagement. So then the outcomes are not ideal, and also the efficiency with which the outcomes are implemented, action, because people are not part of the process initially, will also become very difficult. So breaking this silo kind of operations, not only this is not only to say the government sector, but also in the private sector, academia, where there has to be greater collaboration between parties for common action. Then in terms of physical and still we were talking about digital, but prior to COVID, I think much of our working environment still relied largely on physical and paper-based transactions. And fortunately, we are now shifting towards more digital. And I think e-signatures are some certain good outcomes that have come, where I think the government has also enabled it, and private banks and others are adopting this. But I think still we are the largest society which might not necessarily accept these e-signatures as as valid as a physical signature. So creating that mindset change is also something that we felt we need to kind of prioritize in our recovery. Next slide. Then in terms of how do we ensure that we can benefit from these kind of what we're trying to do on the sustainable and just transition. We felt that there's a lot of good things being done, but the good practices being pioneered. But unfortunately, that the knowledge management, having those good practices being widely available. We talked about democratization of information by the dissemination of already existing good practice. So we felt that the academia could play a key role here in working with the industry and other the nonprofits to collaboratively to gather more information and to make it available. Then the other one is on the technology transfer. Again, both actually from, let's say, more developed corporates in Sri Lanka to their supply chains and value chains to smallholders, but also at the same time across countries. I think there was a discussion on agriculture, for example, with Israel, where when our companies go and set up in other countries, where what things we learn that there could be certain technology transfer, and also with support of other countries. Another area that we identified is on the need for applied research, because not only do we need to kind of build on case studies of good practice, but we also need to have new R&D being done that are also more I think it's important to have fundamental research. It kind of for longer term benefit. But I think that we should at the same time, what we felt as a group is that we should scale up the applied research part, where we can come up with real commercial applications. I think there was we had a discussion where it was also brought up that Sling Tech and others are coming up with certain innovations which need to be commercialized. So that is an area that we felt it should go first. Then on how can we create better performing industries. So again, digital is a cross-cutting theme across I think digital transformation overall, and in that digital payments, I think the financial sector is playing a key role in this area, but I think it needs to get adopted across. And we need, I think, beyond payments, it can also have other financing as well. And digital transformation here can be on a wider spectrum. So not only on payment and finance, but larger scope in terms of production, analytics, and so on. And then when we talk about analytics and data, we are also talking about having credible metrics and indicators for baseline setting, benchmarking, and target setting. So for example, you can't have if you don't have even the basic baseline data, then sometimes making certain changes becomes that much more difficult. So we need to have also, when you're collecting data, we need to understand what are the key metrics. So I think that's an area we need to work more to have more clarity on what those metrics and indicators should be. Then we also felt that our industries need to leapfrog and not follow the long years of change that other countries, some other developed countries might have had. So in that sense, with fourth industrial revolution, there are opportunities in biotechnology, nanotechnology, and other technologies as well. So I think there are already plans to set up technology park, but this is something that we felt where the industries can learn from these demonstration sites, and they can adopt these technologies more efficiently into their own operations. So next slide. So in terms of, I think again, when we are looking at supply chains, we realize that there's also a crucial role for the finance sector to play in terms of making sure the supply chains are stronger and resilient. So in that sense, we felt that for example, as we mentioned earlier, the Sri Lankan market is not very complex and mature. So we don't have sometimes, we have bank financing, but sometimes it's not accompanied with insurance. So let's say, for example, if you take the agri-food sector, there's a lot of smallholders sometimes because of lack of climate insurance, and there is with this kind of shocks happen, they fall back into poverty, and then and when they can't pay up loans, they go into crib, and then new financing becomes very difficult. But if we had more developed where the sectors, the money market, the capital market, and insurance have more closer link, where there can be new products that are coming in, which kind of transfer some of that risk from the consumer farmers as well as banks, and take it have it through maybe capital market for whoever has excess capital, where they can for higher return, they can also take on a higher risk. Then in terms of diversification, because another area that we felt is that supply chains are quite vulnerable. This COVID pandemic had shown that, for example, our apparel sector was relying on sourcing certain material from China. So having an excessive reliance on certain particular one market, both for our sourcing as well as for our final distribution, our market, would be detrimental. So we need to, both at an international level as well as more in a domestic sense, configure our supply chains to diversify our sources and our channels and our models, so that the entire system can be resilient amidst these shocks. Then another area that we felt that supply chains could significantly improve is in terms of open platforms for information sharing. For example, even starting to venture towards more adoption of blockchain technology to ensure that there's traceability from concept to inputs to production to final consumption, and then reverse logistics, circular economy, like looking at all the impacts throughout. So how can we use these new technologies and have visibility for all stakeholders involved along the supply chains? If we can go to the next slide. So in this sense, what are some of the industrial sectors which are most critical? We felt that, in Sri Lankan context, logistics is an in an area that can be significant improvement. because especially Sri Lanka is because of our geographical location, we anyway have an advantage to leverage that. But we also must, I think, our current sector could further, enhance the capacity. For example, vehicle efficiency, the carbon footprint. That could be significant investment that could go in to make those, to make the sector more environmentally and social, a greener sector. And with regard to food sector, I think we felt that food security is an important area, and therefore this is a sector we need to make sure that it remains resilient. And then ICT industry, because again, Sri Lanka is moving towards a service economy. We're trying to position ourselves, our next growth area to be this area. 1 billion, I think already exceeded 1 billion, if I'm not mistaken, in revenue. But and this sector can also support most of the other sectors, logistics, food sector. There's cross-cutting, the technologies that are being brought into the ICT industry. Local. I mean, there's a lot of ICT companies who have the capacity to, have those local applications, including blockchain. So I think we should support that. Then what are some commitments and responsible things? So one of the areas that we felt in terms of commitments from the key industry sectors and finance is to make sure that there is more equitable distribution of proceeds. So what do we mean? If you take the food sector, like the concern thing that you would all know is that the farmer who's producing gets a very low share of the final value, whereas maybe the intermediaries and the final, the bigger brands, have earned more. So what we're advocating here is for that as a commitment of these key sectors, they should ensure that the smallholders, small-scale operators are being treated fairly, and there's equitable distribution of proceeds. On the other hand, we also recognize the importance of social safeguards. I mean, it's not a huge issue in Sri Lanka compared to many other countries, but still, I think it's important to look at forced labor, child labor, and other social safeguards to make sure that our labor conditions and our rights of stakeholders are upheld. Also on the environment indicators as well. If we go to the next one, so then what can we do then in terms of, then we understood that we need to, as the largest sector in industry and financial institutions, we should also make an attempt to train value chain actors along the supply chain, along the value chain, to help them integrate these new technologies and new processes and like maybe even insurance and all of that, so that they can improve their productive capacity, at the same time be resilient to shocks and can recover quickly from big shocks. Then also making available capital and affordable payment terms for investors. So I think, like the for example, we also talked about the moratorium. We didn't include it here, but making sure that I think now in this current situation, the rates are rising, the liquidity is an issue, but we need to ensure that these the industry remains resilient and can bounce back up. So therefore, accessing different funding lines and making sure that in this time where the industry is having a difficulty, we need to try to find innovations to make it to sustain this industry through providing capital at affordable in affordable terms. You can go. So then what are the decent jobs for the future? We understood that ICT sector, as I mentioned before, has wide implications for the entire economy, and therefore even something that there is potential for export as well. So we see ICT sector especially for ICT for sustainable development, where new solutions can come in for different real economy sectors, where like certain ICT tools can be developed by our labor force. Also, renewable energy sector, we understood that, for example, even in power generation, like installation of these rooftop to the wind to other aspects, and also maybe producing those equipment locally there could be certain advantages that might be there for certain parts and equipments that go into this. Then also on the e-mobility, because again, that's an area that Sri Lanka, with the current crisis of fuel, access to fuel, we need to strive towards, while we are looking at renewable energy generation, also looking at how we can shift our transport to electric mobility, and therefore there'll be jobs that will emerge in that sector as well. In addition, I mean, this 4IR is an all-encompassing one. All what you mentioned can also get, but there's also, we can talk about agriculture. Then there's possibly a lot of potential on biotechnology, on how we can right now the country is looking for biopesticides to move away from more harmful synthetic pesticides. So there's a lot of potential on biotechnology, nanotechnology, and other areas where Sri Lanka can grab the more complex and more high value added activities in this sector. If you can go to the next one. So what are some of the skills needed for our labor force to go into these areas? Definitely technical skills for ICT and fourth industrial revolution has to be there, because I mean, for us to go into these innovations, not just not just like knowledge for the sake of knowledge, but rather applied sense where labor force can collaborate and come up with new innovations. And then to that extent, to collaborate and to have this going there, I think it's important that the people skills are developed. So that's an area that we have identified. You can go to the next one. So in terms of what do we think after the Stockholm +50, what could be the action, follow-up action? We feel that whatever action that we are going to have, whatever like post follow-up activity should be more action oriented, and also something that where there could be biannual or annual engagement by all those parties who joined this. I mean, not only the financial sector but other parties who have joined. But it should be a continuing engagement rather than a one-off engagement. And we also believe that the outcomes of this, like there would be the kind of engagement have certain outcomes, and like we mentioned on the information, not going into silos. It is important that whatever outcomes again are percolated not only to those who are participating in this engagement, but across to others who can start to implement it. And we also believe that it's important to like kind of not only from Sri Lanka but also this, you mentioned that this policy is going to be done in other parts of the world. So to kind of share our best practices and also learn from the best practices and commitments of other countries. So these are some of the suggestions that our group came up with on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aditya. Now it is time for the other two groups to contribute for this group response.
Yeah, this is Sandrine from Ceylon Bank. If I want to add two comments to Adisha, what Adisha mentioned. Actually, I also couldn't mention this in our previous forum. Number one is environmental social management system. That is to assess the business impact on the environment and society interconnected. So actually, it is a way that we will be classifying every business proposition that come to a financier in terms of risk profiling. That is, what sort of environmental and social risks that are pertinent in that particular industry or the business that we are trying to finance, and then to help him to mitigate or negate those to the level best, without that also being allowed to creep in to the bank's books as credit risk, reputational risk, legal risk, or the trade risk. So this is a mutual win-win. Actually, this serves two purposes. One is a risk filter, which filters the risk the system being in the middle of the bank and the borrower. And also the other perspective that serves is it's a knowledge repository. It builds up capacity. It builds up the culture, because what is required, everyone to understand this well, and then be aware, and then also be on the journey, and then together we all achieve the same expected goals. And then the second point about applied research he was mentioning, actually this is a very good case study for the globe also, in case if all those academia, not internationally, also for the locals I'm proposing, because of all these biodiversity aspects, we being the 34 biodiversity hotspots in the world, because this country can be taken as a good case study, a research-based study for all those people to come in groups. Academia can come and study all this, provided we identify what sort of actions are needed in terms of this particular dialogue, and then what sort of actions are proposed, how best we can go through there. So this will be a very well connected and collaborative move, where their engagement will spur action, as well as it will share the knowledge across. So those are the 2 points I would like to mention. Thank you, Adisha, and thanks also, Adisha, for inviting me to this platform. Because of you only I got connected here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gomez. Any other input? Okay, in the absence of other inputs, may I now suggest Dr. Sugatapala to take over?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Sanak. Yeah, so let me share the response from the group 2, Leadership Dialogue 3. In fact, we too had a very elaborative and productive discussion. Thanks to all the participants in the group. I would like to invite on behalf of the group, Mr. Hemant and also Ms. Dushanti to present the findings of the group 3. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Our discussion was on accelerating the implementation of the environmental dimensions of sustainable development. So we have discussed the first point, the challenges that we face in implementing. The first challenge we identified was lack of political willingness in governance and government and institutional system, leading to inconsistent and incohesive implementation. So that was the first point we have discussed. I think I will go through the points, and Dushanti will chip in if I miss something. The second point is cumbersome approval process of development projects. So we have development projects, and because of the documentation and lengthy the time taken for the approval process, so it becomes a challenge in implementing good projects. So the lack of communication among all stakeholders is another challenge we identified, especially when there's a project. We discussed that.
Hemanta, sorry to interrupt. Is your screen too big? I think, I don't know whether this is a problem for me only. Screen is to be minimized a bit, I guess, if I'm not mistaken. Please do share.
No problem for us, Sandy.
All right. So go ahead, Hemanta. Thanks.
Okay. The third point is lack of communication among stakeholders. That will create a situation where when something happens only, people will know, and corrective actions will be sought. So if there's good communication among stakeholders in all stages of the project, this can be minimized. So policy inconsistencies and coherence is another issue that we have discussed. Lack of knowledge, particularly among the general public, and capacity of stakeholders is another issue. The next point is lack of holistic integrated approach in project appraisals and irrational land use planning are some of the challenges we identified. Next slide, please, Dr. Susapa.
Yeah.
Then we discussed the second point: how do we create an enabling environment for the policy consistency and coherence to support the decision making. We propose to improve the regulatory environment to have effective enforcement. Then the second point we discussed was the technology transfer. Then supportive infrastructure for to enable different kinds of projects. For example, to implement off-grid solar systems and to have electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles, we identified that lack of infrastructure to recycle the batteries is an issue in Sri Lanka. So this supportive infrastructure should be we should have this supportive infrastructure to enable this SDGs in this country. Knowledge transfer and information is another issue we discuss. Yes, this is the knowledge transfer we discussed, not the technology. Then financial environment to support the local actions is another issue. Utilize holistic and integrated approach in development and implementation of development programs. Dushanti, can you, if you can come in to highlight anything that I missed?
That I'm really sorry. I am on the vehicle moving home. That's the whole problem. Someone say, Hemant.
Okay, no problem. I'm also same. Next slide, please, Dr. Sukutpa. Yeah. Then we discussed the good practices and past ways. Here we identified use of indigenous resources for energy. Here we discussed that now we are talking about the fuel issue, the LP gas issue. However, in Sri Lanka, more than 90% of people have enough biomass, that is enough firewood. But we don't have, we have not promoted biomass cooking. So as pathways, we have discussed to promote improved biomass cook stoves, implement research and development activities to address the challenges for implementation, things like biomass supply chain and sustainable criteria for appraisal to scale up these projects. And the second point we discussed was decentralization of solar rooftop systems. Currently, we have only a limited number of decentralized solar systems. So facilitating the government institutions to install rooftop solar systems and incorporation of solar rooftop requirements into the building approval process are the proposals from us as pathways. The next thing we discussed was to use of water bodies for solar systems. We have one large, I think 10 megawatt floating solar system in Sri Lanka. We propose to have more floating solar systems in large reservoirs. So then green buildings is another thing we identified as a good practice. And to incorporate sustainable design and good practices into the building approval process is proposed. Promoting walking and cycling is another thing. To enable this walking and cycling, we propose to have create awareness among the public, as well as to develop supportive infrastructure in buildings such as cycle pods and washroom facilities for the people to come and have a change after a walk or after cycling when they come for work. Then improving public transportation and efficient modes of transport systems such as rail transportation, waterways, electrification of transportation, office transportations, and introducing promoting electric and hybrid vehicles are other suggestions. Next slide, please. Yes, on transforming governance systems, improving accountability, transparency, and anti-corruption practices is identified as the key change that we require. Engagement of all stakeholders, including the general public, in project approval process and implementation, monitoring, and reviewing is another fact we discussed. Involvement of youth in decision-making process, gender, social inclusion, and empowerment of the decision-making process are the other facts we identified. How to transform legal systems. Although we have good laws and regulations in place, it is clear that enforcement is not happening properly. So one reason is the lack of knowledge among the law enforcement authorities, like it can be the police, it can be local authorities. So educating these law enforcement authorities on laws and regulations is a key area to improve the law enforcement. Improving the clarity and mandate among the relevant authorities is another area that we identify. Measures needed to align public, private, and development financing. First thing we identified is introducing related policies and regulations to facilitate the public-private partnerships, improving good governance in public sector to improve the transparency. Because one key issue we identified was that due to corruption and mismanagement of funds in especially in public sector, private sector don't have public sector don't like to engage with the public sector for public-private partnerships. So then the government should take the initiative to enable the public-private partnerships because private sector currently will not have the capacity to do that. And developing innovative frameworks for public-private partnerships is another area. Accelerating the implementation of types of partnerships from UN and beyond. One area is that sharing of knowledge and good practices from other countries, because we may not have implemented we may have not harvested some of the low-hanging fruits. So knowledge sharing is necessary. So sharing best practices from other countries, we have identified as the key area. Improving access to green finance systems is another area because currently there are green finance channels, but accessing is a tedious process. It's very difficult sometimes for countries like Sri Lanka to access these green finance channels. So improving access and capacity building is a necessity to promote green financing in Sri Lanka. The capacities and technologies that are needed to improve human well-being in harmony with nature. For capacities, we have identified knowledge on emerging trends and technologies, adaptive capacity to adapt new technologies, and capacities for disaster preparedness. We identified these things as capacities, and for technologies, we identified recycling technologies such as batteries, then batteries of electric vehicles, then electric EV technologies, and desalination of water for drinking purposes, and technologies for disaster management as well. For as follow-up activities after Stockholm +50, we identified having international support for all countries those are lagging behind in implementation. And another thing we discussed was to support the local capacity for appraisal and evaluation of carbon credits, because when companies go for carbon neutrality, sometimes we have to purchase carbon credits from outside, so that the actual benefit is not coming to the country. So so we expect that after this consultation, certain proposals will come towards this as well. So that's all from our group.
Thank you very much. Then it's open for other groups to respond. If you have any concerns or any issue, we can note it down. Thank you.
This is again Sandrin. My point is correlated to 2 points what Hemantha brought in. That is law enforcement authorities and access to green finance, because this has a correlation, I guess. The number one is law enforcement. If we talk about that first, what we feel is they don't liaise with people who are having the expertise like academia and then subject experts to develop a exhaustive or comprehensive, all-embracing laws and rules or regulations to each and every industry in Sri Lanka, because this will help also to plot what is the impact that each industry make on environment and the interconnected societies. If you formulate, if you build up, or if you develop a base like that. So it also eases the financiers to understand, and then when it comes to risk profiling of those industries, actually I have been also discussing with Hemantha several times whether we do have an exhaustive list of environmental and social laws. So the bottleneck I would rather point out is here, if the enforcement authorities can liaise with these subject experts and then key stakeholders, put it in a general form of it. So that will help their way out. And then, because as we have been discussing, I mean, people work in silo instead of to be in synchronized platforms. No, so in case if we can fuel this, so this will definitely close the gap. And then also it will help international community or DFIs to understand that we are having a better plan. We have focused well, we have plotted our impact well. So they also can impose all those regulations or the formalities, prerequisites. So all that can be gateways for us to access those lucrative, cost-effective funding lines, and also the knowledge sharing, the technical interfaces, all that will be lined up next. So if we can also incorporate and then leverage this fact where they can get the consultancy, advocacy, and then liaising with all those respective material stakeholders who can be advocating on all those grounds to formulate a well-defined, exhaustive, precise database where that clearly says these are the industry-specific laws and regulations or rules and regulations in terms of those industries. So those are the points that I would like to mention. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think we have noted it down so that we will be incorporating this one within this response on the legal system. Anyone else to contribute? If not, I would like to hand over to Teuni to proceed with the final closing of the session. Thank you. Asugandhi.
Thank you, Dr. Sugatapala. Sorry, I think my internet connection isn't quite stable. I'm not sure if I'm audible, but I'd now like to invite Ms. Sugandhi Samarasinghe to give the vote of thanks to close the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Theoni. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I hope most of you are in your way to home and trying to reach home before the curfew starts again. And some of you might be working from home. So again, that you are seeing my same face because I'm here to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of Ministry of Environment, since the relevant ministry officer is not in a position to join with us presently because of present circumstances. So here I would like to thank you, all of you, for joining with us today. Actually, it was a process which we had to do in various quick modes because of changing context, so that actually Central Bank of Sri Lanka helped us to reach out most of you through their contact list. And actually Adisha Pereira, he gave us a very significant support to reach most of you. And so first of all, I thank you very much, Adisha and Central Bank of Sri Lanka, for joining such a very important team that who are full of very important ideas for this national report. Then
Sugandhi,
again,
sorry to interject, actually, not in my personal capacity, but also in this sustainable banking initiative. So I just want to mention that sustainable banking initiative, which was doing the coordination.
yes, Adisha, actually it is truly acknowledged that on behalf of Sustainable Development Bank initiative, Adisha supported us, and it is very much appreciated by both UNDP and Ministry of Environment. So then again, my thanks to all of you for your very enthusiastic participation and engagement, because what you were talked were very really important and pragmatic. And then again, there was a solid focus on what you were talking, and it added a lot of value for the today discussion, and we really enjoyed and appreciated having talking and engaging with you for the whole day for the benefit of the country. And then again thanks to Adisha, and then again to Sandrine and Hemant for your great presentations, which were really meaningful and very interactive and very enthusiastic. So thank you so much. And then my thanks goes to our expert team, Dr. Manoj Ranavira, Dr. Shamin Vidanage, then Dr. Tusita Sugatapala and Engineer Gamini Senanayaka for all these very important presentations to make the context and facilitate and moderate the discussions. And finally, to our team, Theoni, Anuka and others who supported the whole team to organize the important event. And so therefore, after listening to you all, it again emphasized the need that there is a need for radical change of new consumption patterns and then productions and everything. So in order to stay with our commitments, we have to do a big change, so that we all have to act today. We can't wait till tomorrow, so that we all accept it is our responsibility and we have the opportunity before it is too late. Because we all know, as students in the past, we learned about this global warming, climate change, everything as some kind of theory. But now our children are facing it, and now we know we can't delay another single day. So let's come together, and your important ideas would be very much valued and would be taken into action and would be followed up. So thank you very much to all of you, and have a nice day. And then I wish you all stay safe and reach home safely for the people who are still on the road. And then wish you good luck. Have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sugandhi. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Doctor. Thanks.
Yeah.